A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. Yours and mine.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Good to see you, Cloud.
Like, is any of this for real? Or not? Real? Or not?
Cloud! He'll come back. He said that he would.
What about this planet?
Weird thoughts.
They can take your world.
Cloud.
They can take your heart.
Weird thoughts.
Cut you loose from all you know.
Cloud.
But if it's your fate,
He'll come back.
Well,
Cloud! Let's go. He said that he would.
that's up to you, Cloud.
then every step forward will always be a step closer to home. I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
It's like she said. Wait here and Cloud will come back.
Cloud!
Take your heart.
Take your heart.
Welcome back.
You're dying to watch.
Like, is any of this for
I want to
real?
line the pieces up.
Or not?
Every step forward, yours will always be a step closer to home.
I'm back.
A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. Yours and mine.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Good to see you, Cloud.
Like, is any of this for real? Or not? Real? Or not?
Cloud! He'll come back. He said that he would.
What about this planet?
Weird thoughts.
They can
lately.
take your world.
Cloud.
They can take your heart.
Weird thoughts.
Cut you loose from all you know.
Cloud.
But if it's your fate,
He'll come back.
Well,
Cloud! Let's go. He said that he would.
that's up to you, Cloud.
then every step forward will always be a step closer to home. I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
It's like she said. Wait here and Cloud will come back.
Cloud! Take your heart.
Take your heart.
Welcome back.
All right. Good to go? Are we good to go? I think we're good to go. Okay. My name's Awakened Cloud, and I am continuing my journey in Elden Ring. You literally don't need to know anything else. This game, very good, but it is also very long. Oh, that's right. So, at the end of last stream, I had to go because I got a phone call. But I did get just enough to level up. And now my dilemma is, do I want endurance? Do I want vigor? Do I want strength? Or do I want dexterity? Part of me wants to be able to light roll. Let me see what... can I see tutorial? Is there such thing? I doubt it. Messages, status. Let's see. Currently at 43. I'm at 31 out of 82. I'm at 28 out of 82. I'm still medium. 24, so I have to be at a quarter. What are the prospects of me getting that low? Like, realistically. Also, let me choose a sword. Let me look at this. I picked this up early in the game. Oh, that's kind of dope. How do I send them forward, though? Oops. Form an arc of magic glint blades overhead, which will attack foes automatically. Follow up with strong attack to chain this skill into lunging thrust. Since it's a +8, I might as well try it out, right? But anyway, what's our current weight at? 28. We're actually not that far off with something this light. This is a 3.5 sword. Assuming I had something like the Blasphemous Blade, though. That puts me at 38, so 4, 8, 12. I'd have to be like at 160 to light roll. So it's just not viable, per se, with a weapon like this. Also, the game... For some reason, it randomly taps me out of the game occasionally. Very rarely, but it does happen. 7. So 24 at 82 is light. So maybe it's like a 33% thing, so let's just round up to 25. 25, 50, 75. So 75 would work. But let's say 27. Uh-oh. Water with lime. Alright. 1 second. I had to track down a cup, but I'm back. And now I can enjoy this water with lemon as I think about this equip load stack. So 20, 40, 60, 67, 71, 71, 78, well, 79. Well, no, 78. So it's about 30% that you have to be under for light. Don't answer that, but so that's even a medium. So adding 1.5 to what I have currently. Do I have any 1.0s? So let's say 26, so 75, 76, 77, 78. So it's under 33%. I think it's about 30% that it's got to be. Never figured it out myself, so if you want... Yeah, I just want to figure it out. I'm figuring it out on my own. 25, 50, 75. So it's under 33%. But just barely. If I had something... Let me find, like, the lightest thing I can equip. This is 1.5. This is 3.5. So... Let me see if I have any shields that are like 4. 4.5. So adding 1 to what I have right now is too much. This math is hard. Okay. I don't have any 4.0s either. That sucks. Gotta be an easy way for me to figure out this exact equation. I just want to get to 25, so if I can unequip this and add something that's 2. Okay, so I'm exactly at the limit pretty much. Like, 25 is too much. But if I had something that's 1.5, I'm still technically light. Like this torch. No, like this torch. So, I'm gonna pull out a calculator, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so 24.5 over 82.4. Also, my screen is super dark. For some reason, HDR completely messes with my system now. Okay, 24.5 over 82.4, I'd like to say. That's 0.29, and then if I do 25 over 82.4, it's just over 30. So you have to be at 30%. Long story short. Now, the question is, since I do use a lot of like light weapons, it might be worth it just for, you know, I'm not gonna have light load for everything, but if I am using a light weapon such as this one, it's still doable. Because if I got this up to 90, pretty much as long as I'm under like 30-ish, I should be good. So I think we're gonna do that. Also, let me make sure I equip everything I need to equip before I go out into the field again. Okay, I'm at 28 right now. Hey, that was simple math. Yeah, I wouldn't even want that type of suggestion, to be perfectly honest. Do I need them? Probably not. But I've been rolling with this outfit the entire game, so I'm gonna keep them. So. Now. We were here. Thank you for the lurk, Blue. Yeah, I really just need to change it to say, like, no advice. Because I feel like backseating is such a overused term on Twitch now that it's so different for everybody. If I just said no advice, that would probably be the better encapsulating. Never used this sword before. I'm curious about it. Wow! This thing seems kind of broken. Like, it just... I picked it up way, way long ago, like, over 20 hours ago, and it's a +8. Which is by far my strongest weapon. Seems pretty good. Doesn't use that much magic either. Okay. There's an obvious ambush right there. Wow. Ooh. Okay. These guys are capable of one-shotting me, so I gotta be super careful. So whatever status effect they're putting on me kind of sucks. It's another one of those chip damage type things. I also meant to ask, how you doing, Jiraiya? Oh crap. Why is my game lagging? Sword seems so good. Huh. Another one of these skull things. It's been a minute. Living the dream, buddy. How's everything, Cloud? Cloud's doing pretty well. Can't complain. Just been trying to get through this game as fast as possible. Not as fast as possible, but I've been streaming a little bit more often just so I can get through it. Oh, that was dangerous. So was that. Every time I try to freaking, do the, I don't even know what you call it. I guess it's a riposte if it's from the front versus a backstab in the back, obviously. But trying to do the special stab where I have the iframes, but that hasn't been working out too well. My worst nightmare here is that there's some of those hand enemies. I absolutely hate those guys. They freak me out. And they tend to be in areas like this. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, okay. Poison. there's a guy behind me as well. This seems like nothing. This area actually seems very empty, all things considered, in a weird way. Which makes it that much more unnerving. I feel like there should at least be, like, items or something to pick up here and there. Right now it's pretty innocent. We're gonna do the smart thing. Equip the bow. Which is probably another 3 or 4 weight that I have to think about eventually. I haven't really thought about which bow I want to use yet. Don't know the difference between a light bow and a heavy bow. Requires dexterity rather than strength. I thought that guy was attacking me for a second and it freaked me out. That guy might be attacking me. Yep. Awesome. Are they pincer attacking me? Oh, God. Oh, are you... That one... That was a little sus. I don't feel like I jumped that far. I don't got time to deal with all these little minion dudes. They just, kind of big health bars for tiny dudes. Not even gonna worry about my plan to snipe them. Yeah, that one felt like shenanigans, I'm not gonna lie. I normally don't call shenanigans on 99% of the deaths, but that one felt a little weird. That one felt like I just slid in a weird way. Oh. I knew better than that poison. We can fix that. Wow, okay, I didn't think that was going to reach that far. Or through the tree, to be honest. Okay. I'm dead. Whew. Okay. Yeah, this is another one of those areas where everything can just kind of one-shot me if I'm really off my game. Okay. If you want to fight, we can fight. Okay, now I know there's two that are waiting to ambush me on the little islet. And then if I jump over, there's another one, so. And there's also a lot of poison here. Let me not forget about the poison. Crap. Poison activates super quick. I'm not gonna overthink it, I'm just gonna use my regular longbow. Go. That's a healthy amount of channel points. Oh, crap. Jump back. $3.3K. Oh! That's unfortunate. I don't like this angle. You kidding me? In the back of my mind, I thought that might happen, but I was like, there's no way, there's no freaking way that he's actually going to be able to pull that off. Just at the perfect angle where he can pull off the grab, and I just miss all of my attacks where they go above his head until he jumps, and then he literally jumps over my rapier. Okay. Well, I don't have souls. I'm not a fan of running through areas, but this area is kind of, I shouldn't say ticking me off, but not my favorite area. So I think I'm just going to run past these guys. So what happened there was I was hitting Y to pick up the thing, and I kept mashing it because I was expecting it to pick up, but it never did. And while I was hitting Y, I also hit A, but I guess... it definitely should have jumped. We need that Ash of War in this game. Would love to... Yeah, having a command grab would be pretty cool, just like... Let me hit this button and grab the enemy. Okay. I'm not even gonna worry about my souls. Literally got me killed last time. Over nothing. Yep. What I could have done from the beginning. This guy running at an angle like he's trying to cut me off. Oh crap, oh crap. I thought they stopped following me by now. Nope, I'm not gonna play around anymore. Watch me fall off. I was hoping it would be one of the special Ash of War ones. Also, it's kind of interesting that the beetles don't give you any runes. Kind of expected everything to give you runes in some way, shape, or form. Let's go, another Somber Stone 7. That puts me at 2 of those. And I'm guessing it's probably this part of the game where you start seeing those a little bit more common. I could use it right now. I literally don't... I have one weapon that's +6. All my other weapons are +5. Aside from this one that I'm using right now that's +8. That I just picked up on the ground, of all places. But... you might have an army of, like, level 8 or 9 weapons pretty soon. Kind of just waiting for the right moment to upgrade. Because when I do, I want everything to feel super strong. That lower ledge does look a little suspicious. Oh, you know what? I can use my freaking horse. Wow. I'm dumb. I could have been doing this the whole time. Enough playing around. I need. Let me actually play and try to get through this area that I've been struggling with. Making progress. You couldn't find a SS Stone 4 last time I was in stream. Yeah, like honestly, I have a ton of stones. So my biggest thing was I had 4, 5, had 12 6s. I had 2 8s and a 9, but I could not find a 7 for, I would say, the past 20 hours. And last stream, I found my first 7, so... I'm guessing it's just kind of like a part of the game type... Oh, God. What am I fighting? Oh, let's go. This shouldn't be too bad. Now, I haven't fought this gargoyle from start to finish, but I have fought similar ones. I hate attacks like that. How are you supposed to dodge that? Oh, I shouldn't be right here. And then when they stun lock you, like, you get stomped on and you're mashing B to just, like, recover, but it won't let you recover. You want to go to the Stake of Marika? Which weapon do I want to use here? Guess we can go for the Scythe. I think that'll be a fair weapon. Ouch! Heal, 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 heal. Oh, okay, he has an axe too. I didn't notice that. I play so much Assassin's Creed, I made my dodge roll button square, which I guess would be X for you. Yeah. That's interesting. I didn't even realize that. You know, I'm more of an Assassin's Creed 2 type of guy. Like, I played a moment of the, I guess, Origins? Yeah, I played Origins. So I know they've changed the gameplay quite a bit since I last really put time in the series. Oh God. I think the axe should be a little bit easier to deal with. Except for those red attacks. Red attacks tick me off. Oh, that's unfortunate. Like, if you're standing there, there's literally nothing you can do. It's like, whoops, I went to attack when there was an opening, and then it's like, okay, he's just gonna activate his little Scarlet Rot, or whatever that is, and insta-kill me. Because by the time I hit R1, it's too late. Like, I hit R1, he activates his thing, and I'm dead. My character is just over level 100. 108, to be specific. I'm dead. Also, I'm doing no damage to this dude. I just don't understand what I could possibly do to dodge that. I was blocking. Actual. Try a different weapon. Maybe my magma sword's gonna work a little bit better. That's just insane, though. Okay, that does a lot more damage. I don't know if I got this. I'm kind of thinking to leave and come back later. There's nothing I can do about that. There's absolutely nothing. Like, I'm getting punished just for standing next to him. And I had to stand next to him to hit him. That's fine. I'll take that hit. I really don't like this fight. Like, I don't complain. I try not to complain too much about bosses, but the whole chip damage thing and him being able to activate that on just like any given whim is very upsetting to me. Very upsetting. Yeah, the worm sword is pretty good. It's kind of my best weapon. Like, if I'm dead. If I just happen to be standing there and he does that, I'm dead. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Which is why I'm tempted to not give up on the fight, but come back to it. Because the thing is, I could be one hit into the fight, or I could be on the very last hit, and if he does that, it's the same result. I had my shield out and everything. I don't know what this... Oh. No matter how much I run, no matter how much I dodge, there's no way to completely escape that hurricane. Also, I can't see at this angle. Are you... Well, that could have been technically worse. Heal. It was a catch-22 situation. It was either try to get the heal off and then try to dodge a little bit, or try to dodge and get chipped to death. Oh my god. Oh, thank you for the hoodie compliment. I do like this hoodie quite a bit. Espeon is my favorite Pokemon, so Espeon and Typhlosion. How did I not take that much damage? That made no sense to me. This fight truly upsets me. This, Margit, and Margot are the only three fights that have really upset me since I started playing this game. I don't know how I got past that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I couldn't. Oh, that stun is such a pain. I think I might have figured out how to roll past the tornado attack. I have to roll towards it, which is very counterintuitive. Counterintuitive, in my opinion, but I think that might be the play. I need to be more aggressive on that attack, now that I know potentially how to block it. Wow, I'm really lucky. Go ahead and heal. I should have attacked there. Why is my phone not charging? I just got a notification my battery's at 15%, and my phone is my medium to chat, so I need it. Just to be extra safe. Oh, that hit? Are you kidding me? Yeah, that should have hit me. That also should hit. Okay, now I'm just playing dumb. Like I'm trying to lose the fight. Okay. Almost there. One, two. That was a good chance for damage, but oh well. Oh! Heal, 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 heal. Okay. No more mistakes. I can't make any more mistakes. Just a couple more hits. Just a couple more hits. Okay, dodge forward. Well, that was my last heal. Now we just gotta play to win. Thank God. Man, that boss sucks. Gargoyle's Black Blades. Gargoyle's Black Axe. I don't even feel good about that. I don't even feel good about that. Let me see what this looks like. Okay. We did get him, though. I guess in the end, that's what matters. The blade would be up here, right? We can technically wield it. Kinda cool. Excuse me? All my equipment was just suddenly gone. That one has holy. Slash foes as your body spends additional input, allowing for follow-up attack. Okay. Think about it. We'll think about it. I feel like I also like this one too. It's kind of the same deal. And then this is supposed to be my main weapon. I haven't been using it too much, but eventually I'll get back to the Godskin Peeler. It just kind of needs a stat or a some type of status modifier. Alright. If nothing else, that fight helped me, because another fight I haven't done or haven't finished is the 2 gargoyle fight, which I'm fine up until the 2 gargoyles come, but the second that happens, I just kind of lose control of that battle in a very big way. So now I at least know how that other gargoyle fights. Nothing over here. All right. That better be enough souls to level up. 60k, I need 12,000 more. Probably should get a little bit more just in case. Are you kidding me? I need 71 more. Puts me at 73. I had to be at like 90 to really be light, though. I don't know if this is the best use. Well, not that I've even cared about what the best use of my souls is. Best use is putting it into HP, obviously. Let me see what my current equip load is. I'm at 36. I'm gonna wield this. If I wield something light, like the needle, I'm at 31. Minus the bow, that puts me at 27. So, let's see. 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81. So I should be able to get to light pretty soon if I keep upgrading my stamina. Equipment. Let's see. What would 30% of 85 be? Just gonna go to calculator again. 85 times 0.3, 25.5 is where I need to be. I'm at 27. Okay. It's not too far off. The dream is still there. It's just... It's not going to work for very many weapons, but the weapons it does work for, it will make it worth it. Also, more stamina is always a good thing. But until that dream happens, how about we equip a different sword?
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Turn back.
Turn back.
Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task?
Lady named Millennia?
Not the fingers.
And lift have rolled. Guess it's time for the medallion. Just one of those, the true Elden Ring starts here moments. I already feel like I went to this game in Orlando. That's not to say that this game can't have multiple in Orlandos, especially with the size and scope of it, so I guess we'll find out. Earth Tree is behind us, which is kind of wild. Right. So the next major question is, where the heck are we going? Mountaintop of the Giants. Okay, so we have a ghost deer. This is a map already? It's kind of a bad sign. That means this place is going to be hard if they're giving me a map this early. Also, it's a very small map, all things considered. It also seems a lot more linear, which is interesting. Linear is a word that doesn't get used in Elden Ring very often. So these ruins almost certainly have a little cubby. A secret. Gotta figure out where they are. Where it is. Zalmor Ice Storm. Strike the ground with the staff to create a freezing tornado. Charging enhances potency. Cloaked in icy tempest, the Knight of Zalmor have challenged the fire giants since ancient times. Okay, I need a high int to do that, which I do not have. Ooh. Smithing Stone Miner's Ball Bearing 3. Feels like there might be another secret here. I'm not entirely convinced I found everything. Not that I need to find everything. In fact, it would do me a great deal of justice to kind of just quickly peruse these places instead of being as thorough as I'm trying to be. Oh. Hello there, friend.
Finally, we meet.
Finally?
The tarnished. The would-be lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate.
Excuse me?
He is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that. You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon? Chosen tarnished and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor, spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Chosen to descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital, seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl...
This sword is so well animated.
Setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erd Tree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take
This
the
guy's
world.
kind of worrying me.
Chosen time, descend into seek audience.
Okay, well, he seems a little cuckoo. Here's an item. Invigorating cured meat. Now, is this the one I went down earlier? Guess we're about to find out. Yes, it is. Anything on top of this mountain? Doesn't look like it, which is very surprising. Maybe this area just has less rewards in general, which is fine. Just the game's kind of conditioned me to expect stuff. Oh. One of those bugs close by. Did you ever get past the graveyard level in Vampires? Yes and no. I found a, what's it called, an exploit. Essentially where you just like stuck in a corner the entire time. But I ended up having to restart anyway, so on the second playthrough, the playthrough that I actually finished the game, I didn't actually do that mission, I just skipped it. Ouch. Wow, he does a lot of damage. Okay. Respect the hawk. Respect the hawk. Get off this horse. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. What's up, Jetty? How's it going? How did stream end? I wasn't able to stay the entire time. Go investigate over here. I cannot. It's no problem. You know, I know how to work that stuff pretty decently, so fixing bugs in OBS, I don't know. It's something I'm decent at. So I keep hearing the bug, but I don't. Ow! Okay. You win. Whew. Stream ended really well. I finished Far Cry 6, so it was bittersweet. Well, now you can get to Far Cry 5, 4, 3, potentially 2. Okay, it's gonna drive me insane looking for this bug and not actually finding it. Where is it? There. Okay. Let's shoot it down. Definitely want to play 5 now. I'll say of the Far Cries, I feel like 3, 4 are the best regarded. Some people don't like 5. I enjoyed 5 decently enough. I think it does get a little bit long in the tooth, but all of them are enjoyable. And if you like 6, which, I think if you like 6, you're gonna like all of them pretty much. So this guy should be pointing me towards a secret. Guide and gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. But yeah, it was actually very fun trying to figure out exactly how to fix your issue. I have fun doing that stuff. As long as it's not on my stream. Then it gets super frustrating. A lot of blood stains around here, which is never a good sign. No, that's bait. Let me use this the educated way. How did you not die? Are you kidding me? There we go. Briars of Punishment. Let's not forget that we got that. Oh, that's a big boy. Or madam. Who looks like they might one-shot me, to be honest. Oh, okay. That's unique. Okay, you can shoot fire from your head. So many gimmicks. Yep. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Please feel free to always turn up to the beginning of my streams, as I always have fun. So the thing about it, you stream on Fridays, and Fridays are the one day I wake up early because I have a workout. Like, I teach a fitness class at a gym. Unfortunately, you start about I'd say 15 minutes before I go live. So it was like at a very bad time for me to watch the very start. But an hour in, like, I'm there. It's actually very convenient in a lot of ways. I got that spell. Let me check it out. And I can wield it. Wounds caster to unleash trail of blood thorns. An aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. They're the sorceries most reviled by the Academy. Wounds the caster with thorns of punishment, sending a trail of blood thorns running over the ground to impale enemies from below. The sorcery can be cast repeatedly. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There, they discovered the Blood Star. I'll make my stream just chatting for the first hour till Tech Garage. So one thing that I would advise you to do, like, if you're, like, what I try to do is I have my game running, and I check the audio levels, because you can check all that stuff before the stream goes live. And you can see if stuff is moving, and you can also see if the game's coming through. And if you're really trying to be like anal about it, you can start a recording and maybe like record a minute before the stream goes live. And that works out pretty well for me if I'm doing something really fancy. But no, I'm more than happy to be helped, you know, anytime I'm available. I don't know how I'm gonna beat this guy. His range is so freaking good. And he can run. And I can't aim, so this is all, you know, it's like he's got the perfect trifecta. No! Such a dirty play. Oh. You're welcome. Gosh. Okay. I'm determined to take out the big dude. That's gonna happen. I just gotta make sure all these other guys are dead too. Also a cave right over there. Oh no. I might be dead. Yep, I might be dead. Alright, you're gonna fight me by yourself, like a man, or whatever you are. Why am I dual-wielding my shield? Come on. Cloud, what are you doing? Knock him off. That's the play. Darn it. So many things want to kill you in this game. Yeah. And it doesn't help that I'm letting them kill me pretty easily. At the rate things are going right now, I'm not playing up to my A game. Not playing to my full potential. I should play to my full potential. I should probably do that. Alright. Let's get a dub. Let's get a dub. So to get the dub, I think we can stick with this weapon. I'm just gonna have to play a little bit more carefully. I gotta play to win. Gotta play to win. So, Steam actually keeps track of your hour count. So, I know I'm around the 90-hour mark at this point. I've been pretty thorough, but I haven't been the most thorough with this game. Come on, just fall off. Just fall off. Come on. Yeah, it's a big game. It's honestly, I would say, in the top 5 biggest games I've ever played. And I've played a lot of games. Don't know if you know this about me, Jetty. Whoa! Let's make sure there's no... Yeah. We're gonna take care of any third parties. Or they're gonna take care of us, I don't know. This whip. Jeez. That looks dangerous. Ooh. Oh, look. He just had like a fire orgasm, is what I was gonna say. Yeah. He alright. He alright. He ain't, he's definitely not the hardest enemy in this game. He is beefy, and he does do a lot of damage, which is kind of a bad combination sometimes. Is that a boulder? Let's not talk about that, shall we? Gosh, what an embarrassing death. Really would like to take care of at least the... If I can just bait him out, that might be good enough. I just want a fair fight. think this is about as fair as it's gonna get. If I can lure him up here just a little bit further. I only have 2 arrows left. Crap. I definitely needed to dodge that. Nobody's sneaking up behind me. Good. He also has one of those weird attacks where it's hard to tell when he's starting and when he's ending. Come on! Okay, he's almost halfway. Wait, his... Oh, I didn't know it was on fire like that. Okay. Gotta respect it a little bit. Is that just gonna be the gimmick for the rest of the fight now? That doesn't seem fair. Oh boy. Okay, it's done. No. Heal. Heal again. I really want to finish this fight, but he's making me very anxious about it. Okay. Nope. Okay, now he's done. Run in. One more attack, come on. That took every ounce of my fiber to beat that, like, non-boss enemy. Oh my god. That was disgusting. Let's go. Yeah. And now to never let him respawn ever again. I just don't even have it in my heart to fight that dude a second time. So, I say that, but then there's this cave right here. Which, if I go into the cave and rest, it's gonna respawn the dude. But I kinda need... I need to rest. Ugh. Normally, oh, the beast eye quivers. Means I'm gonna get another beast part in here. This game is pretty much like Catch-22 the game.
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that.
I didn't say anything. I'm a silent protagonist. I'm a silent protagonist. Why are you getting on me? I would sacrifice rest. But I sacrifice rest IRLs. Oh man. Relatable. I am 100% the same way. Are you kidding me about that? Let me just get hit by everything while I'm at it. Well, this is a mostly worthless room right here. Jetty, what do you do for a living if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that was disrespectful. Imp head. Seems kind of cool. I have no clue what like the job market is in New Zealand, but it does kind of fascinate me. No. Oh, darn it. Okay, well, it was nothing. This ledge was entirely worthless. Oh! This is one of those weird double lifts. They're so dope. We're gonna go down there in a second. Let's take this secret path first. Don't work. My husband's job makes it too difficult. Having a child. It works best for him and her for me to be a housewife with and FT. That's cool. That's I'm glad you guys have something like that where you can make it work. In America, it's not super uncommon, but it's difficult. Because our economy kind of sucks in some... Oh, wow. That's almost a one-hit kill. Well. Okay. On the bright side, I'm not that far away from where I died. Do plan to get those souls back. That killed me in one? Come on. Also, I know I forgot my previous death, so we'll go ahead and add 2. So we have options. We can run past it, which is viable. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to end up doing. Crap. Oh! Oh! In the back. You know what? I need to stop worrying about my souls, because they're just going to keep getting me killed. Now, if I can get through this room without dying. There might be hope for me. If I can lure him into this hallway. Which he's actually taken quite a bit of damage already. And he's just sitting there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cheese this guy. This is perfect. Now you see me? Now you don't. Watch me dumb in some idiotic way. One more, maybe 2 more. Let's go. He didn't have a special item, are you kidding me? Oh, I also missed a message. We live very comfortably on just his wage alone, so it's not necessary. But I mean, it would be nice to be able to work, but it is what it is. It's nice to be there for both them, all the... Yeah, I could definitely see the argument for both styles of living. I'm sure it's really good for the kid, though. Are you kidding me? No, sir. Okay. How are they gonna have two of them in both directions? This is bad. That's fine. I just have to hope that the frostbite kills him before he gets to me. Which seems kind of likely, actually. This area sucks. Fire monk ashes. I don't use ashes. God dang it. Spirit of a stout monk who monitored the giant's flame, versed in fire incantations, and himself sealed in fire. Though he was charged with keeping watch over the flame, after many years of solemn duty, he succumbed to its allure. So Jetty, this game's very interesting because it just has so much lore and like, not secret stuff. Ah, crap. Well, this game's interesting because it kills you every 2 seconds. Game is entertaining to viewers because it kills you every 2 seconds. They respawn. Oh, this is bad. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. Turning around was a huge mistake. How dare the game how dare the game kill you as you were just trying to sell it to someone. This game does that a lot. This game does that a lot. As you can see, I'm up to 528 deaths. Which honestly I don't feel like is an absurd amount for this game at this point. It's not a great amount, but it's also not a terrible one. I don't think I have the patience for this game. You're constantly killing and fighting for your life. So, here's the thing. If this type of gameplay isn't for you, they have a lot of tools you can use to make the game easier. Like, you can summon other people. You can summon NPCs. I'm kind of here for the challenge, though, so I don't do any of that. But you can make this game, like... There are runs where people don't attack. Like, there's challenge runs where people literally don't use the attack button. Character is so sexy. Whoa, okay. There's Papa Pot. Just you? Just you? That always feels bad when I do it, but you kind of have to do it. Pretty much everything in this world is just dying, dead, or wants to be dead in some way, shape, or form, so very pleasant. Very positive, uplifting game. I also hear something moving about, which makes me a little nervous. Something on the ledge above me. Look, here's a trap right here. There aren't different difficulty levels, but those things I mentioned pretty much function as difficulty levels, so like, you can summon, you can call spirits. There's a lot of stuff. I'm making this game a lot harder than it needs to be perfectly honest. That one looks explosive. Yep. Oh, God! Are you kidding me? I didn't expect it to deactivate. That was messed up. I think we just need to run through... running through here is a terrible idea. We're gonna do it nonetheless. This room looks way too inconspicuous. It can't just be this one pot. Huh. Well, that was surprising. Okay, poisonous sacs. I forgot how quickly they poison you. Everything just looks super gross. Bats, pretty much. This game also, I shouldn't say relies on phobias, but definitely makes it a point to insert some phobia-inducing things into its game plan. I'm gonna use that as my exit. Ritual pot. I guess we have to sneak down here at this point. Sounds like there's rats. Rats are something that give me a little bit of a phobia, so I might get a little squeamish. Okay. I don't see any rats. Huh. So the thing about all of these dungeons is essentially there's a big door that's locked and you have to find a lever. I haven't found the lever, but I've kind of explored everywhere there is to just to explore. So I guess we're gonna loop around one more time. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. How did all of these people... They shouldn't respawn. That's not how this game works. I've never seen this happen. Oh well. If he's gonna respawn, I guess I get to kill him again. Or they kill me, who knows? So weird. Ah! Whoa, that scared the crap out of me! You know what, this is a different area. That's what, okay, it just looks like that other area I was in. Oh my god, that freaked me out. Oh, it just exploded. My heart rate is so high right now. That freaked me out. But yeah, this is a new area. It just looks exactly like the area we were just at. That was a really clever design tidbit right there. Tricking the player like that. This dungeon is kind of wild. Two, three. So are we even deeper? I don't see anything up here. Man, this place is really confusing. Now, I think this was the one we were just in. So if that's the case, we can use this elevator to go up. Up to where? I have no clue. Group ahead. Awesome. Oh! Are you kidding me about all these weird spawns and stuff? Yeah, we might be coming back here later. I want to get my souls, and I want to get out of here. I want to peace out. This place has been a con the entire time. I don't even know how to get back to my souls. Jeez. Hopefully if I go down, I'll just be able to find my way out. Who knows? So there's the door we didn't find the lever for. Still a little salty about that. Souls actually might be close. This place is a true labyrinth, though. Gotta bounce out for a bit, but I'll try to be back. Thank you for hanging out at all. Like, it really does mean a lot. So, hope you get whatever you need to get done. Hope to see you soon. If not, that's fine too. I'll see you probably next Friday. Dang, my souls are behind me. So, go ahead and take this. Oh. Nope. This is gonna be a tricky retrieval run. These should just be the regulars. Here's the very misleading room. Honestly, we're gonna go up. I know I haven't been down there yet, so we might try that next. But I think my souls might be up here. We about to find out. Yup. I fell from here and that killed me? Honestly, that wasn't that big of a drop. I mean, it was a big drop, but it wasn't like a, I don't know, career-ending drop, so to speak. Huh? Heal? They die such violent deaths. I want to go down there, but I feel like I'm going to end up down there anyway, so... There's the lever I was looking for. Thank God. Definitely some enemies down here. Well, go ahead and loop the perimeter. What'd I tell you? I think we're gonna have to go that way, so it'd be best to venture this way first. Room's really shallow. Well, this might actually be... I think this is the path we're gonna have to take. So there's another lever. V says... V. Who's V? Because you were with... M. If I'm... Because you went to Molly's party. So I'm like, who's V? Never mind. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I'm not afraid to admit it. Wait, have I been here? This one from earlier? Some girl that worked at Hex and I thought she knew you. So I work on the federal side. Also, I'm kind of doxing myself. I super dox myself now that I really think about it. Say, oh yeah, I'm just this type of worker. But it's good. Well, whoever they are, I immediately recognize their name, but hey, nonetheless. You got me good. You got me good right there. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was like, oh yeah. Let me just give away all my information. You know what? I'm curious about this other little path I found down here. How was the Halloween event? Did you dress up? I can't teleport right now. And last time I was here, I think I was here, I got ambushed. These guys are dead. Where am I? Okay. Door is open. I have 40k souls. We're gonna put a marker here. Because that's the responsible thing to do. And come back once we level up. Because I'm not just gonna lose 40k souls in a boss chamber with an unbeatable boss. Potentially unbeatable, I don't know. Oh, so this place is confusing the crap out of me at this point. I don't know whether I'm going forward, back, up, down. This definitely seems backwards. How did I get kicked out of my own chat? Did I miss anything? Oh, go to OBS. Nope. Okay, so the door to the boss is here. I'm so confused. I wish I could just exit here. And I don't know how to exit. Like, logic would dictate I need to go up. Wait, okay. No. Can't get up from there. I've been in this place for about 45 minutes, if I had to guess. Ugh. No, okay, I know exactly where I am. This is where the cat dude is. Right? So if the cat dude is there, There should be an alternate path. Like... Really shouldn't be rocket science, but it feels like rocket science. Finally. This place is a nightmare. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. Now, the million-dollar question is if the big dude is going to respawn. Yes, he did. Son of a gun. Why can't anything in this game be easy? Are you kidding me? With the range of that whip. I have a feeling I'm about to get screwed over, but... Yep! It was just a little noise I heard where I was like, something is about to try to kill me. Or maybe just kill me straight up. That's fine. I don't really have to kill this guy, but it feels like the right thing to do. Stab him in the rib cage. It said it disconnected me from the chat, so I don't know if I missed anything or not. There's gonna be another boss here. So this looks like the location I just fought the other dude at. The gargoyle with the axe and the dual-sided blade. prefer not to fight another one of those just right now. This game doesn't really give you much of a choice sometimes. It's like, hey, you are going to play this game on our terms, whether you like it or not. Smithing Stone 8. I need to go ahead and check. So I have 13 sevens and 1 8 as far as the regular smithing stones go. 32 sixes. God dang. Okay. And for these, I have 12 sixes, 3 sevens, 3 8s, and 1 9. Progress. I wanted to check something. See who else is streaming right now. We're not gonna end it just yet, but I just wanted to know. Only 10 o'clock. Feels like I've been streaming for a long time. 2.5 hours. I got another 2 in me. Well, who knows? I kind of want to do a longer stream tomorrow, so I might make this one a, not short stream, but regular size stream. I mean, it looks like you can make that jump. It looks like you can make the jump, but there's an invisible wall there. That was definitely an invisible wall. That felt real bad. That's the first invisible wall I've actually run into. Add that there, I guess. This is very open, which makes me nervous. Anytime there's a big open place, it feels like something's going to drop down on you. Make the jump. Oh. This one. There we go. So we have a giant ahead of us, which makes sense because this is the land of the giants. There's another giant who will probably get up the second I walk over that way. Gotta go for them ankles. Knees weak. Mom spaghetti. Ouch. Oh, I don't think they like that. I don't think they like that in the Land of the Giants. That was a loud roar. I guess we're gonna find out. Go ahead and kill this other giant while we're here. First of all, let's see if they get back up. A lot of them come back from the ground, like reanimate. Yep. Let's go to the left first. Finally, some relatively weak enemies. I haven't had any all stream. Don't make me get off the horse. Come on. Come on, one more hit. One more hit. Thank you. Dude is just getting out of my way every single like 2 inches every single time. Hey buddy, thanks again for fixing her stream this morning. Just added to my tab. Oh, it's no problem. Jetty was actually in here earlier and I told her it's fun for me. Like, as long as it's not my stream that's breaking, I have fun doing that stuff. Also, how you doing today? Oh, ooh. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Oh, that did a lot of damage. That did a lot of damage. Okay. I was two-handing. I didn't realize I was two-handing. Well, that was a really dumb death. Ugh. Not only was it a bad death, but it's kind of a little bit of a trek to get back over there. We were not gonna allow that to happen again. Doing all right, I appreciate it. No problem. Blue brought up a good point. Are you still potentially interested in going to that Final Fantasy concert? What's the 5K Mercury? Does that mean I get used to it? Get to use it? That one is... I need to make one along those lines. This one is a literal one for Murdoch, where he requested me do something. And, I want to do it. I mean, if you did want to get a little bit of vengeance on him, you could redeem it. I'll just put it that way. That scared the crap out of me. Smithing Stone 7. Really happy with this area having a lot of those. So I've been looking for them for a long time. A little isn't a lot, though. Also true. I'll have a better redeem for you soon enough. And it will actually be a redeem for you. I promise I will not punk you twice. In a row, at least. I might punk some... I might try to punk somebody else, but I'm not going to do you twice in a row. Watching Cherry Kitty play Gungeon, though, has made me want to actually jump in that right now. I will play it once I get done with this game. But... God knows when that'll be. been a very long time since we've seen a merchant, and I kind of assumed they might not even be in this area.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
Okay. You can give me rune arcs. Your rune arcs cost a lot, though. I always buy the cookbooks. Even though I'm not... I really want to level up. But it is what it is. She's a blast. I'm lucky we found her. Yeah. Cherry is good people. Now, I don't think that was the one we used. Yes, it was. Never mind. Well, if that's the one we used, and we rounded this corner, I feel like there was another ledge for... Nope. I'm just making stuff up at this point. But Trunks! Final Fantasy Concert, Nashville, January. Let me know. So that ticket is yours if you you so choose. Randomly raided her because she was playing Gungeon and she just sort of stuck with all of us. You know what? I'm gonna do something I haven't really done. And I'm gonna try to use an item. I was hoping to find a point of grace up here without dropping down. Which I'm kind of convinced there has to be a point of grace around here. I could be talked into it, I'm sure. Oh, well. Goodbye. I've got 57k souls. I'm not trying to lose them. As long as I can find my way down, which I'm starting to lose confidence that I'm going to be able to find my way down, we should be okay. Oh! That looks droppable, but I also don't want to risk it. Okay, this is definitely droppable. I think Blue wants to do a meet and greet, so the concert's in Nashville, and we'd have an opportunity to meet Blue. If so desired. Inventory, and we are going to use some golden rune 10s, I guess. Use 2 of these. And let's use a bigger one. That should probably be enough. And we'll put a point into... Oh, I don't know. A little bit more health wouldn't kill me. It's a trap. I mean, everything's relative. Everything's relative. It could be a trap, it could be an opportunity. Wait. I am so confused. That's a giant I ran into before. Oh my god, did I just do a giant circle? Man. Forget this game. This game just made me do a giant circle. These idiots dropping down on me like they're gummy bears or something. I'm pretty confident we haven't gone this way, though. Now you know. Yeah. Now I know. That was a very easy fight. I don't struggle with those dudes, but normally it's at least a little bit of a fight. That was very easy. Trunks, what have you been playing since, you know, I can't see what you're playing anymore? I'm not trying to guilt you. I'm sorry. But I have been worrying about you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Are you kidding me? He's gonna kill me. I just have this sinking feeling he's gonna kill me this time. Come on. No, 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 no. You don't get to get up without taking this extra damage first. Oh, man. I wish I knew that existed. I wish I knew it existed before I killed the giant. That could have broken it. Good thing he respawns. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get it. That looks like it might be a boss. This open field looks very dangerous and might be boss worthy. Spirit Caller Cave. Okay. So before we do this cave, we're gonna backtrack a little bit and have that giant break the, break whatever the heck that is. Statue. Also, why is it super, super, frosty over here when it wasn't, like, 5 minutes ago? Did I not actually rest at the thing? Here. Let me go back to the cave, then come back. I'm gonna be really upset if that giant's gone. I'm gonna be really upset. Here we go. Hello, sir or madam. Character looks so cool. That was actually a good get. I don't think I really feel like fighting him. I'm just gonna peace out. Apparently I also missed this point of grace right here. I need a snack really badly, so give me like, I don't know, 1 minute, 2 minutes. I'll be back. I will be back. Just devoured an entire kiwi. Ooh. So we haven't even been up there yet. Telescope is actually pretty helpful. Tells me I haven't seen anything, more or less. It's like, yo, you think you've explored this area kind of thoroughly, but in actuality, no. You're just getting started. What's... Oop. That jump scared me. Well, this is scary. Oh, I can kind of see it. Heretical rise. Wait, what? That message disabled my function to actually do anything. I hate that. I feel like something's chasing after me. Falling snow marks something unseen. Oh! So, it's kind of intended for you to go from here across that bridge that I found earlier. To the other way around. It felt like an ambush. Honestly, let me go ahead and explore this tower now that I'm here. Gonna go up or down? It's like we're going up. Although we could go down. Looks like you could drop through that hole pretty easily. Not getting intimidated by him. Bounding Rain of Stars. That looks like an intelligence skill, which my intelligence is very low. Yep. Summons a dark cloud of stars overhead. Shortly after, the cloud will release a violent deluge of star rain. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. Charging increases potency. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery. A glimpse of the is it primeval? I don't know why I would think that would be spelled differently, but it's definitely primeval. Current, that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on this land. Okay. Neato. Mondo cool is they say in Dragon Ball Z. And we are going to try something since we're here. That's just... It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. I'm out of arrows. Uh-oh. Well, I have 51 of these. So it's not a huge loss wasting them. Oh! Now, is this the same lake I was looking at? No. It definitely isn't. This place is so big. This game is so big. This is another area that's going to be like a 3-stream just endeavor of sorts. Looks like there might be a church of Marika down there. That's good. I think I want to go to this church. Oh, that's a disgusting looking entity. I don't even have a word for it. Now, why are people dying right here? There's bloodstains. Which normally means there's a problem. Dogs. This is the first church of Marika. This feels pretty important.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree. We're almost there. The flame of ruin lies just ahead. I'm glad it was you I traveled with. I must tender my thanks to Torrent, too.
Torrent, all right.
Torrent, please continue to lend your aid. Till the end.
Sacred Tear, that gives me an extra... No, my potency of my flask goes up. So let's go ahead and do that for sure. 7. So, we have a lot of 7s, don't have that many 8s. I could get 3 weapons to 8 over here, 1 weapon to 8 over here. Really, I could get 1 weapon to, all the way to 9. The thing is, I don't want to leave any of my weapons behind. So I'm kind of being precious about my sacred stones. I have so many 6s. $22K. We might as well fight the boss that we saw right over here. Also, now that we know this is a Church of Marika, we know that that probably is the right path, which also means I could explore some of the stuff I left behind on the other path. This guy seems very easy right now. As I just allow him to murder me. Honestly, I didn't put any heart into that fight. I was like, oh, I can just bully this guy. He's flinching from my attacks. What a pansy. Use the Bloodhound Fang. I haven't used it much. I'm gonna do Bloodhound Fang and I'm gonna poison it. We also need to give our sorcery books to somebody at some point. I haven't done that. I tried to get cute and use my special ability, and that's what got me killed, to be frank. Second. Sorry. I wanted to check something. Let's actually win this fight. I'm sorry. I've been trying to be cute instead of trying to win. Now we try to win. Poison our weapon to do that. Okay, that's a one-shot. That's a one-shot. He's not a bad enemy, he just has a specific skill that can take me out. And it can take me out quickly. Poison weapon. Also, let me not forget to pick up my souls. What, are you double charged up now or something? Oh, he can drink too? Okay, that changes things a little bit. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, man, okay. So the secret is never letting him get to his second phase. If I can prevent him from charging up to phase 2, I think we're okay. Which doesn't seem like the hardest thing in the world. He gives me quite a few openings. Oh, it's too late now. He changed directions. That was wild. This guy's kind of a nuisance. This guy's kind of a nuisance. Ugh. He starts out so innocent and just easygoing. Then he just kind of beats you up. Yes, I did finish the water from earlier. And I can only assume I know what's coming next. Yep. Darn it! Really trying to prevent that from happening. Oh, that sucks! I'm gonna get that water. I'm gonna get that water. Okay. Oh, what's up, Maxuda? Yeah, lock on killed me a little bit right there. It's alright. Where's the tequila with the lime redeem? Ugh. Also, how you doing, Maxuda? Haven't seen you online in a while, so hope things are going well. Pick up the souls. It's two-hand. Oh my god! It's like I missed all of those by just a smidge. I'm dead. No. I need heal though. Oh, he's out of magic juice. Oh, son of a gun. Ah! His range is just like an iota better than mine. Like, I'll miss him by sheer inches, and then he's just able to poke me. I think we got into the next three, though. Honestly, it's not a hard boss if you're patient. But I'm kind of trying to be disrespectful to this dude, because he doesn't really feel like a true boss. I guess he heard me say that. I also didn't know he was capable of doing that attack before he charged up. Alright, so that's one. If he hits me with that, I'm instantly dead. There's nothing I can do. hate how he can turn directions during that attack. That doesn't seem right. That was dumb of me never to capitalize on that before. Ouch! I'm dead! That sucks. If I go for an attack and he uses that, I'm instantly dead. He has super armor, so I can't stagger him out of it. And the initial hit of the wind puts me in a stun state where I'm unable to actually move. So that's why like a fight like this is frustrating. And this is something I've noticed with this game and not the other ones, where it seems like sometimes if you get hit by an initial attack, there's just like nothing you can do to avoid subsequent ones. I tried to backstab him, but it didn't work. That one I could have actually dodged because the initial wind didn't hit me. I just rolled. I panic rolled. This is another one of those fights where I know I can win it, but I can die at any point just in one hit. And it's kind of a little bit demoralizing. Like right now I want to use this attack, but he can punish it pretty hard, potentially. was trying to make it so he couldn't go back into his lightning phase. And in the process, forgot he could do that in his regular phase. Right now, I'm working under the assumption he can only heal once. He can drink the Estus flask fast enough that there's really nothing I can do about it. So I can only assume that he only has 1 or 2 of those up his sleeve maximum. I wanted to backstab him so bad. This fight is deceptively challenging. Because normally when you can stun lock an enemy, fights aren't that bad, but he has a couple of attacks that just make it kind of a pain. Let me get some Toad hype for you. Let me not be too greedy about this. Thank you for the hype. I hate that attack. I'm dead. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm tired of fighting this guy. He's annoying. He's very annoying. Okay, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. I just don't understand why there's things like that. Like, I don't feel like stuff like that existed in Dark Souls 1 through 3, Elden Ring, Sekiro. There was nothing where it's just like, oh, well, here's this unblockable that's like right in your face, and there's just nothing you can do to block it without any type of warning. Like, at least Sekiro, they had the letters above their head if they were going to do an attack that's going to one-shot you like that. I'm doing okay. A little salty at this current boss, but I'm okay. How are you doing, Cherry? We were actually talking about you earlier. We're talking about how good you were doing in Dungeon. Gungeon. I don't know why I said Dungeon. You do good in I don't know why I can't speak right now. You do good in Gungeon. You do well. This boss is ruining me right now. Which... I'm gonna give it one more try. I'm gonna give it one more try, and I'm gonna be ultra conservative. This is gonna be a very unfun fight to watch, but I mean, it is what it is at this point. I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. Like, I can think all day that, hey, this is a safe time to attack. But then he's like, no, I'm just gonna super armor through whatever you're doing. And there's nothing you can do about it. I'm trying really hard not to get salty, but that just doesn't seem great. Okay, so before we were there, we were up here. At least I think we were up here. Openings to attack, you got the wrong guy. Pretty much, that dude's like, oh, you think this is safe? Well, that's cute. That's real cute of you. But I just don't understand, like, from a design perspective, why this game is so different. I love this game, but some of the counterattacks bosses have, where it's like, okay, there's no way as a player I could have known he was going to do that, and there's also nothing I can really do to avoid it. Like, I swung my sword, it was allegedly an opening, because he walked into it, and normally he would stagger, but this time, I'm just going to activate my super armor, and I'm going to kill you in one shot. And you can't put up your shield because it's too late to do that because you're in stun. You also can't roll because you're in stun, so you're just going to die unless you have enough HP to handle it. Alright, so we're going to go this way. Well, not specifically this way. I think that's going to be phase 2. Oh. Let me add a boss token thingy so I don't forget.
Where did you go?
Jellyfish talking?
You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars.
Is it the jellyfish talking?
Never so long. Forever and ever it seems.
Oh. Held shut by a seal.
Where did you go?
I don't want to kill it. Don't know what talisman would help that jellyfish out. Feel like it would be a key item. Then again, what do I know? Couldn't even beat an NPC. I guess I should probably mark this area as well. Let me go ahead and do that. I'm gonna mark it with animal, because the jellyfish is there. I try to make it so there's a little bit of rhyme and reason to my little markers. So are there two bridges? Yes, okay. That looks kind of like a minor Erd tree, maybe? And that looks like where we probably have to go. Guess let's go to the Erd tree first. Somber Smithing Stone 9. So now I can get 2 weapons to 9. I prefer getting like 2 or 3 more of those before I start upgrading. That's the other thing, I haven't said it in a while, but I have one weapon that's +6. One weapon that I picked up that was a +8, which doesn't really count. But all my main weapons are +5 right now. So I have a lot of potential damage that I'm sleeping on. And I'm just waiting for the right time. When I make damage upgrades to my weapons, I like them to feel really significant. So I'm intentionally kind of waiting. I thought they would be guarding something. No. That's a trap. Not happening. Not happening. Alright. Guess let's check out this minor Erd tree. Or at least what appears to be a minor Erd tree. Why can't... There he is. Sit down. Be humble. Oh! Okay. Now, which one is the real one? Well, this one's taking damage when I hit it, so that's a good sign. I'm very curious to see if hitting either of them... Oh, well. I answered my question. Got killed in the process, but I answered my question. My water's up here. Also found out that thing could kill me in one shot. Which, welcome to the club. I wonder if my HP is just that low, or is that just a common thing that happens in this game? It seems like such a long trek. Gotta be a faster way. Guess we can just dash straight through here. Maybe we try to find a point of grace on the other side of the Erd Tree, potentially. The right way? I don't remember any of this. Okay, yep. Now it's ringing bells. So I could head down to the Point of Grace, which kind of sucks. That one's right under me. In theory, that one would be a new one. Wow. I've been down there. I think I've been down there at least. Oh, no! Okay. That was a little bit too close for comfort. These side quivers. Alright. We're going to use another one of those things that show us where Point of Graces are. You know, I'm starting to hate this area more and more by the minute. Oh, okay. There's another one of those. That was not even considered a boss here. Awesome. And there's an entire town. A moving turtle. Okay, I do see a Point of Grace, though. To be fair. Woo! Scared the crap out of me. Not taking any chances. Yeah, I'm gonna get killed. If not by the ferryman, then definitely by Mr. I dude right over there. Effing what? I don't even know what's happening anymore. I honestly don't. This is ridiculous. How is there a... I can't even see him! This is just emotionally exhausting at this point. Okay. We're gonna go all the way here. I think this is gonna be the last thing we do. We're gonna go into this cave. We're gonna explore this cave, and we're gonna have fun. Great. It's already bloodstains. Always a good sign. Remember when the worst thing I had to worry about was like giant bears? Remember 90 hours ago where giant bears were like, oh, this is the big bad. And now I just had to kill spirit wolves, apparently. Oh, is he just spawning wolves? Are you kidding me? You never know what to expect in this game. I thought it might be the case, but I'm like, I haven't seen anything like that yet. That's Ah! Well. And I can't backtrack. Oh, my poor souls. Ow! I just lost 30,000 souls over a trap that somehow I walked around the first time, but not the second time. It really doesn't matter which way I go at this point. It's just tomato, tomato. I'm freaking killing. Okay, maybe I'm not killing anything. Maybe I just die. If I kill you, does everything else disappear? Okay. Well, that answers part of my question. I'm so upset. I normally don't even get upset about losing souls, but that was just like extra insult to injury. I don't see the snail. Person gave me an idea. Where is it? I missed! Oh my god, no! No, you die, you die, you die, you die! No! I'm so freaking close! Yes! Okay. That's like 3/4 of the battle right there. Or not, there's apparently a lot more. Wait, is he not? Okay. Man. This place kind of sucks. At least it's doable. I'm gonna have to use an A-game weapon. Because I can't afford myself getting upset again. Here. Oh, great. I recognize you. I use your weapon. I just stay right here. Apparently that's very safe. That's not very safe. I think I have a better weapon for him. Unfortunately, I have a long way to travel to get back to him. And I'm pretty sure all of those slugs are going to be back by the time I get there. Well, I say we give him one more shot before we call stream. I'm actually kind of tired. And we're going to use, this one. Bloody Helix. I don't know if that's a shortcut or not. Part of me wants to test out. Heck, I don't have that many souls. Who cares? Well, okay. A mistake was made. That mistake specifically is, that weapon's not as good at killing the slugs. Found that out pretty fast. We can make that adjustment. So I'm gonna keep this equipped until I get to the boss, and then I'm swapping it out for the other thing. I can only assume this is a shortcut because it's just taking me all the way down here. I want to know where this is. Okay, this is that one room that had all the items. So, we are definitely going to have to run past all that stuff again. Much to my dismay. Or maybe we're not going to run past anything. I did not mean to block that like that. Yeah, this is where we call it. This is where we call it. I'm not dealing with him right now. We had a little bit of a rough go at it today. Mark that with a boss marker. Okay. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. I should be back tomorrow to stream some more of this game. We'll see. Thank you everybody for being here. Jetty, Trunks, Jiraiya, Maxudo, everybody that just stopped by. Cherry. Let's see who we're gonna raid today. Blessing, Alex, Stars, Dama. Oh, Vampy. Vampy is really cool. You guys will like her a lot. Please follow her. 100% like in our friends group category. It's just such an easy one. Have fun. I'll see you guys later.